Good evening, awesome. So as you can see, we're on Photoshop right now, which is the first stop when I need to make some new designs. Weather here in Vegas actually is pretty mild right now. Outside right now, I think it's like 80 something degrees. It's not too bad, but summertime is going to be a pain. I can already sense it. Yeah, I mean, for March, this is where most other states will start warming up because we're getting close to the springtime. But it's always warm out here. We're in the desert. Only time it gets super cold is during the nighttime when the sun's not out. Then you're talking it gets like, 40 something, 30 something degrees. Deserts are weird. The world is weird. All right. Do I enjoy living here? Yeah. I enjoy the fact that there's no income tax. I also enjoy the fact that it is an open carry state, meaning that you can carry a firearm so long as it's licensed. The things I don't like is the weather, of course, but I knew that was what I was signing up for. And I don't like the fact that everything is spread out here, as in you have to drive everywhere to get anything. It's complete opposite of New York, where everything is right there. You can literally go and get anything in life and you don't even have to drive. You can either walk, you can take the bus, or you can take the subway, and you're anywhere in the city within 45 minutes. I do have my little scooter though, so I get around, but it's just kind of annoying. And the drivers, they don't help much either. It's either drivers from Vegas or drivers from states outside of Nevada. So you got your Californians, Coloradoans, is that what they call them? Basically, motorists in the vicinity of the state of Nevada. And they all suck. So is Toronto like Vegas or Toronto like New York? As in, everything is like compressed. Okay. Toronto is a city I had interested in at least visiting because from what I've heard, it's similar in its design to New York City. But granted, I heard that from Drake. So... figure out how we're gonna make this lion look. I kind of like this. How's it going to look against black, though? Arguably one of the three greatest exports from Toronto, supposedly. Adam Copeland, Drake, and Scott Pilgrim. Even though Scott Pilgrim's a fictional character, but you know, you get what I mean. Speaking of which, I just found out yesterday that they made a sequel to the Scott Pilgrim video game, the fighting game. It's called Scott Pilgrim EX. I might be interested in looking at that because it looked good and I really did like the original. That's not all black. Built this kingdom on my own, conquered on my fears. This crown ain't inherited, it's forged in the fire. You know what? I kind of like that. Burning with desire. Yeah, it's on all the platforms. Or it's coming out on all the platforms.
This ain't just rap, it's a royal decree. Head held high for the whole world to see. Blood of the lion, heart of the sun. My reign has just begun. My reign has just begun. They build their castles out of sand and quick desire. I build my temple with the soul that won't
Don't know.
expire.
I don't think I'm gonna make this a tattoo. This is actually a logo that I'm going to be using for a character.
This is more than ambition, it's a spiritual resolution.
Tonight we are going to be working on the remaining 2 members of Lion's Pride that I haven't created yet. That being the talented Dan Ripley and Magnus von Schwartz. The previous version of Ripley I made using my brother's graphics, but I wanted to update them because the graphics that he used was based on, you know, his original concept of the character, which is a solo heel character. So we are kind of transforming him into someone more in line with the Lion's Pride philosophy, which is kind of like, you know, they're themed off of shoot wrestling and Greco-Roman wrestling, so he has to have that look, like athletic singlets, that type of thing. And for that base, I decided to go with using Charlie Haas as his base inspiration to be opposite that of Jesse Risen, whose initial inspiration was Shelton Benjamin. So that's the way we're handling this. And I just gotta make the graphics for it now. I like this one. need. There we go. Let me paste this or what? Can I just say one thing about this track? It is absolutely perfect for Christian Phoenix. The only reason I changed it is because the new theme is actually even better. Like, this band right here is just wow. I'm out of juice now. Welcome, Ricky. Happy Friday. Go. Need them as pings. Excuse me. I don't think I really need anything else here. That was a face morph I uploaded, right? Yes, okay. Just need to make sure. Have I seen the 28 years later movie? No, haven't. I haven't seen the first one actually. I know about the movies, but I just haven't watched them. Let's see if we can work this in there somehow. Interesting. I might have to look into that. In the words of Eddie Bravo, look into it.
Please don't leave.
Let's take a look. Henry West. Well, I don't know. Here we go. What's up? Yeah, give me a name to search up that deal, because I don't know what I'm looking for. Okay, why is this taking so long to load? There we go. And it's still taking long to load here. What is going on? Unknown error. That's not good. We're doing all right, Perry. The game, however, doesn't seem to want to cooperate. I know what you meant. You had said that you have to give me a name on whoever this character you're talking about is, because I don't know who to look for. Lord Jimmy Crystal. Okay, I'll search him and see what that's about. What do I think of Chris Statlander? She's awesome. Community Creations, on the other hand, is not awesome. Just to point out again, however, just for, us here watching all of this happen with this game, how fast did they patch the season pass shit? Almost within days. How long is it going to take them to fix their community creation service, however? Let's see if restarting might help anything. Alright, looks like we're good for now. But all that is not necessary. They just fixed these damn servers. You know, using all of the money that they made from the season pass. Here we go. Spoke too soon. Sometimes backing out and then going back in makes it load up faster. Sometimes. Not this time, apparently. Tracksuit, gold chains, and rings. Okay. Like, he wouldn't be able to use the rings unless, like, you know, he's cheating for a foreign object type weapon. But I do see the vision. bring this down some, or not. Okay. And it might get me a copyright strike because it is, you know, copyrighted. Skip. Tonight we are making the two remaining members of Lion's Pride that have yet to be created. So this right here is the new member, Dan Ripley, aka the talented Dan Ripley. And then after that I'll be making Magnus von Schwartz, aka the guy who started the whole thing. Indeed. I'll stick with this look. Hello, Pam. Yes, you are correct, sir. Yes, I agree with you there, Pam. It is nice, isn't it? For the time being, I'm actually off on Fridays and Saturdays, so I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer here on the subject of new hires, but that's not always a guarantee. You have one new hire at my FedEx, and she's cool. Um, she's catching on fast. She's actually from a different department of FedEx that moved into the retail portion because she got sick of her superiors and everything like that. Anyway, long story short, she wanted to try to advance as fast as possible into a lead position because she has the qualifications for it. Apparently, you have to wait 6 months when you transfer from one end of FedEx's business structure to the other. So she was in production, she wanted to move to retail. She has to wait 6 months in order to apply for a leadership position. She didn't want that. She's married. Her husband has 2 kids, so she's got 2 step kids, and then they also adopted 2 more step kids. Basically, she needs more money because that's a pretty big family. But they won't budge on that whole policy because it's policy, so to speak. And she told me that she was applying for other jobs because if it isn't going to be here, then she can maybe reapply to where it was that she was before FedEx and get a leadership position there. To close this out, my last day working, which was yesterday, she no called, no showed. Didn't show up to work, didn't call management to say she was leaving, or didn't call management to say she wasn't going to be there. I don't know if she came in today, but if she didn't, then we can pretty much put 2 and 2 together, and management is going to have to find another new hire. Which means that I'm going to have to possibly change my schedule again because they don't have enough closers. And I was able to change my schedule because she was here and she wanted to close. But now she's not here, that you don't have enough closers, so I'm going to have to go back to a closing schedule again. All because they don't want to be flexible. They want you to be flexible, but they can't be flexible because of policies. Okay, rant over. But long story short, make sure you're taking care of those new people because those could be gone people in an instant and then you're right back where you started. Like the days of jobs thinking that they have the leverage are over. And the sooner they understand that and work with people instead of trying to work against them, the better off everyone is going to be. He does kind of give off a Jack Swagger vibe, doesn't he? You know what? Oops, I backed out too far. What the? God damn it. I hate the way they changed the controls. Take two. I think we're gonna give him hand wraps like Swagger then. That was actually a nice idea. Yeah, those are three key elements right there, Ken. Stamina, endurance, and patience. Patience being, in my opinion, the most important one, of course. Yeah, that's not a good thing. And just like that, Attire 1 is done. We're gonna do something different for his entrance gear, though. I'm gonna give him a hoodie instead of the jacket. Kind of like old school team angle. The original vision of the character as my brother had created him was based off of Evolution era Evolution era Randy Orton. So basically young, cocky, talented, heel type character. But as I've converted him over to become the newest member of Lion's Pride, now he's more of a Charlie Haas / Jack Swagger type of character, you know, collegiate style wrestler thing, which obviously was his background, even in his old persona, if you will. But with him joining Lion's Pride, Magnus obviously brings out that element to his students, to being more in tune to their athletic ability and not so much being about the showiness, the presentation. Their athleticism is their presentation. I do have a character like that sort of pain. I just haven't incorporated him back into the XWA yet. But my character John Payne, aka the Evolution of Combat, was always based off of Red Dragon, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish, and mostly Sean O'Hare. Those guys that mixed martial arts with wrestling. But John Payne is now a Underground Kings character and not an XWA character, so. But when I do get around to making those characters, the ones that did have an actual background in wrestling, like Payne, and Jason Jones and Riot. I will make Underground Kings versions of them, which are more street urban type attires, like, Def Jam or Urban Rain or something. And then I'll also make traditional wrestling gears for them based on how it is that I always made them when they were wrestlers. Yeah, Chimera is that's a pretty good that's a good analogy for it. Thank you, thank you. Yes. What if the pen and the sword are just as mighty? I always did get that reference to your username, by the way. Yep. One of those old ancient quotations that has been cannibalized over history. Oops. My personal favorite one is this one here. I'm typing it in. You might actually take an appreciation to this one as well, Pen, because it basically completely annihilates that whole the customer is always right belief. Because they're not always right. They're only right in what it is that they like. But that doesn't mean that you placate or patronize or kowtow to them when they decide that they want to be dicks, for lack of a better term. Now that doesn't mean that you go ahead and make a steak, rare for somebody who wants one that's medium. Don't do that. think I'm gonna put a flag on the sleeve. Yeah. Okay. That's terrible. Beware the old Karens. The most vile creatures known to man. I was like, what is going on here? Where's my logo at? Indeed. Adless sponsored athletes. You know what? We're gonna give him his full name. Daniel Ripley. Sounds cool. Sounds official. Also, that helps you kind of attribute him to Daniel Bryan, who is arguably the best technical wrestler of this generation. So, I like the association there. I just have to get the information of where he's from. Go back to my brother's archives. Hope he has it. We need to go all the way back to 2K19. Or I'll just have to come up with a hometown of my own. Where's Jack Swagger from? Jake Hager. Fargo, North Dakota. Fargo, North Dakota. There you go. Indeed it was. Yes. Just have to change his nose a bit. Much better. Save. No upload. It's not ready yet. before we get to anything else, I might as well go ahead and fix a few things on this guy. Because I can't tell my left from my right. Yep. Excuse me. Give you the background info in a second here. All right. So this is going to be a feature character in the XWO, as in I'm not going to be using him a whole lot, but when I do use him, it's going to have a significant place in whoever it is that I'm putting him up against. So his name is Azrael Kane. His nickname is the Final God of Pain. And with a name like that, you can obviously tell that he's jacked up. I mean, you can pretty much see that just from the physique, the tattoos, everything of that nature. He is a brawler. Like, he's actually got ties to my underground. So he should be an Underground Kings character, but he's being unleashed in the mainstream combat world of pro wrestling and so on. So off the rip, he's going to have some dealings with Christian Phoenix because of that connection there. Also Evan Fate because of that connection. And then also just generally a few other XWA characters that I'm going to put him up against to be their tests, if you will. Look at the entrance gear. So we wanted to make it really simple, you know, Street Fighter type underground fighter vibe, little Mike Tyson going on there. The street attire gear here. Today I learned they removed the sanity arm pads from the game, which sucks, because how am I going to use that? I used that for Riot's attire for years. And I have to find something else. So I might wind up going up with these half sleeves. But, speaking of Riot, the other reason why I decided to create this character, aside from the cool ass nickname, which is actually a title that is used for one of the raid bosses in Destiny 2, the final God of Pain. That just sounds fucking awesome. Anyway, some of you who have followed me for the past couple of years, pretty much ever since I did the Trial of King story, had you've heard me say on occasion that if I had the chance to retcon the Riot character, I would make him black instead of being white. But unfortunately, there's too much background lore with other characters that I can't just do that. Like, I would have to turn Marlena Fate black. I would also have to turn Evan Fate black, or at least mixed race. And I can't do that, so, you know, that is what it is. But this here is basically the schematic that I would have gone with, as in the face texture, the tattoos. This is basically Riot. If I had the chance to recreate him into being a black man instead of a white man. So this is kind of my, I don't know what you call it, reimagining, reprogramming, repackaging, whatever. If I made Riot black, this is how he would look. Minus the mask, obviously. So that's also the other motivation behind this character's creation. I have not yet figured out how I'm going to make that connection narratively, if I do, but we'll work on that as we evolve the character when he's used in my story content. But I just wanted to show that off real quick. think I'll go with that. Just gotta make the first entrance part longer. Agree with you. Got that one thing. Even though they did add a lot of them, but can you ever really have that many? You never have too much. And when am I going to create katana? Soon, really soon. I think I might focus on completing all of the factions first, which would obviously include Katana. And again, it's not going to take me that long to recreate them because I'm not doing anything particularly different on their designs. Doing okay, Triv. Right now, we are working on the talented Daniel Ripley, the new member of Lion's Pride. Excuse me. Yeah, 2K isn't really fast at making new stuff or adding new stuff can. They are really fast at, putting old stuff back in games, claiming it's new. Is Kelly gonna be in the next season pass? I think. Not all the way sure. okay then. We'll see if they created a new version for her. At the very least, put the 2K13 one in there. I don't even know if they have those assets, but I guess we'll find out. First, we'll see if there's a Charlie Haas moveset. Of course, there isn't. I was just hoping somebody would be that obscure to have a moveset for Charlie Haas. Didn't think so. Now, somebody has to have had made a moveset at least for Jack Swagger. Or maybe Community Creations is just being stupid. That could also be a possibility, because that certainly happens a lot. And I'm gonna have to download the car to get the moves. What the heck? Okay. Max Swagger. Excuse me. It's actually not that bad. I'm gonna give you an upvote. I didn't want to use Kurt Angle's moveset, but I might as well. Whatever. At least I know I can actually just get a moveset for Kurt without having to download an entire call. No, I couldn't go with that one also because, you know, there are the ethnic differences. One of them would have to have been adopted. Don't think it would be built on respect. Yes, I will be. SmackDown. As fast as I can make them. Not likely to do something like that, Curry. I've already got all of my characters pretty much locked in. It's just a matter of making them. But if anything, I would do that type of experimentation after I've completed my actual roster. I think the real challenge with that Macho Man style character isn't so much the look. Like, how would you get the feel of the character correctly without just, blatantly copying Macho Man's look? Yeah, Buff Bagwell went through a lot of serious medical issues after wrestling. Which may or may not have something to do with what he was doing while wrestling. Like, you can actually pull it off sometimes, Penn, if you make it an homage to a specific wrestler or character. Yeah. Then it becomes less blatant. But again, it's just how you go about doing that. Like, see, in the case of a character like Muda, it just has to be an homage because, any face-painted Japanese wrestler, character, whomever, is going to instantly be referenced to the Great Muda. Asuka's latest gimmick. She's basically the female Muda, pretty much. You can do it, just do it creatively. Like, I'm in the early stages right now, Penn, of trying to come up with a female roster for View Japan that is equivalent to that of the men's roster, which are going to be mostly based off of homages of my favorite Puro wrestlers. The Murderer's Row, pretty much, is going to be based off of characters or wrestlers like Kenta Kobashi, Masawa, Keiji Muto, The Great Muta, etc. Stan Hansen, Vader, Big Van Vader, View Japan version, and so on. So I am in the early stages of picking through my favorite Joshi wrestlers to do an equivalent of that for the women's division of New Japan Pro Wrestling. Obviously, I got started with Suki Nobu, who is the GWGP Women's Champion. And then I've made Joshi wrestlers before for that Wonder promotion that I was working on for a little bit in 2019, which was based off of Stardom. But I'm just going to go ahead and make that the women's division of New Japan. So it'd be some of those characters, but then I'm also picking through others. Some of those characters were based off of legendary Joshi wrestlers. And I'm going to be doing a similar thing to what it is that you're doing, pretty much. So, Manami Toyota, Akira Hokuto, Jaguar Yokota, obviously Bull Nakano, names like that. But again, that's more of a down the line thing. Names are kind of challenging. Yeah. Greetings, Nicholas. Yeah, ChatGPT is pretty useful in the creation process. So for naming belts, Pen, best bet, pretty much, is just kind of make them name like existing belts, pretty much. Like your top tier titles are going to be either world or global, universal, uh, undisputed, those type of names. And then your second tier belts are going to be more like, you know, not global, but more national, sometimes even regional. So, national championship, intercontinental championship, United States championship, those are fun. Those are pretty much across the board. Then if you wanted to go regional, North American title, you know, European title, etc., etc. Tag team, self-explanatory. Women's, self-explanatory. You can have a women's world championship, women's national championship, or if you wanted to use a different name, like Diamond, Divas. I would not suggest Divas, but if you had a name, that could work as well. And yeah, they're going to sound the same, but in the terms of championships, it's about their look more than their name. Big Pressure. I like that. That's a nice nickname. Now, the only thing I will say about ChatGPT is that their names, as in naming first and last, can be a little on the generic and repetitive side. They do have the sleeveless and the sleeved MVP suits still in the game. I just don't like the way that they look on the call model. No, I think they still have the sleeved one. They never had the sleeveless version because the version that I have on Cyrus is the same version that most creators of MVP cars use, which is two parts. It's like a sleeveless top and then short trunks. And you just link together with the graphics and matching colors and stuff like that. Yeah, you are welcome, Nicholas. The flow. Yes, because that's important. Did I ever think up a theme song for him? Yes, I did. I went ahead and made a playlist of all of my non-copyrighted music. Because fuck you, YouTube. Haven't got any warnings yet. And it's already been 2 hours. Good shit. You know what? We're going to do ourselves a what-if match. Daniel Ripley getting a shot at the XWA World Heavyweight Champion. Looks good. Can he beat the champ? Love the way that belt looks. Let's get it on. Okay, I don't know what that move was, but we might need to change it if it whiffs that much. So see, basically, if you want to talk in terms of technical bases, like move sets and stuff, this is pretty much my version of Brock Lesnar versus my version of Kurt Angle, apparently. Oh, what happened to that? Okay. We're gonna need to fix that. Pause. Let's. Way too much color going on here. Gonna have to work on that. Right now, Dan's beating the brakes off of Ulrich. And back in the ring. There we go. Oh, reversed. Okay. That's what he's trying to do. Dan is taking the fight to him. There's a trick to making these kind of belts too. I'll show you in a second, Pen. The technique is actually quite simple. At least as far as the placement is concerned. Like actually making the belts, the designs themselves, that's Again, one of those. Oh, yeah, missed. Too close. That's one of those ones you gotta come up with by finding the right material. And I think after all that getting beat up, Ulrich is the one who tries the first pin. Right. Counter. I don't know what I want to call that suplex, but that high angle exploder is definitely a finisher worthy move. That's got to give him a name for it. Watch for that one. Went from a chop battle to a pinning sequence. Counter. Do something, damn it. Nope, counter. Your plans have been spoiled. Or not. Oh no, he blocked it. This has turned out to be a damn good match. Blocks the gut punch this time. Oh, Exploder! He's not done yet. He wants another finish. He doesn't have a finisher, Chastain. That didn't work. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Yeah, Dan is definitely he is game. He's holding his own. But does he have enough left is the question. He can win it if he hits another finisher. Please don't win off of that. He won off of that. Why? Why? Such a lame finish off of such a great match. The only complaint I have about the freaking AI is that it has a high tendency of doing that. And then also the countouts are a little too much.
Here is your winner, Daniel.
Yeah, literally from under the kitchen sink. Lame. So lame. An outstanding match otherwise. But yeah. Weak finish. But anyway, let me show you the thing with the championships. So the trick that you see a lot of the people out here using to get these custom designed looks on their belts is they remove the face plates. Turn that down a little bit. They remove the faceplate by hiding it using the square button, and then just put the graphics directly onto the strap itself. That way you can make your championship plates look however it is that you want them to look. Like you can see here, I even have the rivets on the top corners of the front plates there as elements of the plate that will actually be seen on the belt. You just make that as your PNG file in whatever program you're using and upload it, and then you can put it onto the belt and it will show up because it's not on the faceplate, it's actually on the belt itself. Now, the drawback is obviously you're putting graphics directly on the belt, so it's not going to have that elevated look to them because it's not on a 3D plate or 3D space. But people, you know, they can suspend that disbelief. Small price to pay for championship belts that actually look, you know, less like real actual championship belts, like original designs. Oh, speaking of championships or champions, I forgot to show y'all the finished version of the Diamond champion. Because I have made some changes. So, first and foremost, we got these Q diamond crusted logos on the kick pads. Wanted to make a second logo for that. You've already seen the original attire. And then attire number 2, basically, just different elements. But using the same basic design schematic. Now, I want to use a template possibly for another version of an attire, but that's for later. This will be the version that I am uploading first. Entrance gear. She looks really good in game too. As a matter of fact, I think I'll just run a match showing her off before I get to Magnus. Hopefully we get a better finish this time. Need to add some smoke to the entrance.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making her way to the ring from Tokyo, Japan. The Winners.
Jada Parker's entrance, perfect. Yeah, I like her look. 2026 version, very nice. Okay. That's a riff. Okay. Holy hitboxes, Batman. I'm gonna have to change that one. I don't think I want to do diving moves anyway. Not diving moves, I mean springboard moves. The AI does not know how to use those very properly, do they? Nope. Good. Diamond cutter. Riff. Let's try again. She got all of that one. Still no three. Tap. And dodged. That was a Samoa Joe level no sell right there. Just move out the way. See if she's got the range this time. Yes. What did you wait for? AI took another break, I guess. Okay. A lot of fails in this match. A lot of AI botching. What are we doing? Wow. I'm gonna have to change a few moves on both of them because this is a little ridiculous. Do something. Weave. All right, back in the ring, please. Thank you. And then she goes for a small package. Really? If she wins off of that. Counter. Weave. Weave. Counter. Weave. She keeps sidestepping those drop kicks. It's almost comical. Just like, nope. Oh, she ain't countering this. She will kick out though. Next big move's gonna win this one. Oh, counter. And now Suki's the one with the weave. That's it, she's done. She's cooked, new champ. Nope. Okay. I stand corrected. Non-title match, by the way, of course. And she no-sells the Michinoku driver. Okay. Yep. Elbow. Right to the face. To the face. And now Shining Wizard. And this is going to do it. She hits this, it's over. Too many head strikes. 1, 2. Thank you for coming in. All right. Finished strong in that match. Kind of sloppy in some spots with a lot of the AI whiffing. But yeah, that was good one. You can only take but so many shuriken kicks to the face, however, before your night is going to come to a close.
Here is your winner,
Good job, Suki. Good work. We're still going to need to change those moves, though, because I don't like all of that whiffing. But for now, let's get started on The Last Lion. Figure out what we're going to do about this nose situation here. Sitting way too low. Everything else is lining up perfectly. See what we can do. That might be the most I can do. Yes, you are correct, sir. Okay. I'll look at that. What is that going on with the eyes? You know what? I'm gonna do the same thing I did with ISIS and just use the old original face that I had been using since the beginning. So I wanted to make him look like Boz Rutan because that's who the character is based off of, but I did say that I also wanted to do less of using real faces So we'll go ahead and change the face after I've done the attire. Which kind of sucks because it took me forever to find an actually good face texture of Vaz Ruby. But I don't like the dark skin stuff going on with the eyebrows there. And the nose is not working for me. Let's go ahead and fix that. Or maybe not. Still got those dark shadows anyway. I might have to make some edits in Photoshop for this. Oops. Yeah, I like that. Let's see if this updates. Let me make sure I actually saved it. Any new people? Not yet. Give me another day or two, movie fan. Probably some point tomorrow I'll have some of these people that I'm working on right now ready. It's just I need to tweak some moves for some move sets because I find that they are whiffing way too many times with them. Good evening, Charlie. I like that one. It's acceptable, at least. Yeah, we're doing good. Doing as good as we can. Is it easy to upload a picture of your face to use? Yeah, pretty easy. The main thing really is the details of the image that you're uploading itself. You want to have photos that have as even lighting as possible, as in like no heavy shadows or anything like that, which is exactly the problem that I was faced with Magnus's face here, because I had this just lighten up the dark shadows underneath his eyebrows on the face texture in Photoshop, because that will show on the face texture in game, which makes it look weird, like slightly unrealistic. Like you can still see some like dark shading underneath the eyebrows, but it's not as bad as the first version of the face that I was just using. This song reminds me of the Ruthless Aggression era version theme song for Monday Night Raw. I think it was Nickelback who did it. Of course, I can't play that song because of copyright. How would you find the right one to use for a face texture on? There is no easy answer to this, because in either case it's still going to require some footwork. What I did basically is, and this is what most people do, you just got to Google search for the best looking faces that you can possibly find that will fit the looks of your characters. Sometimes that's going to be celebrity faces. Sometimes you can get away with just using general photographs, like fashion photos, models, that type of thing. Like, the main reason I'm actually shying away from using celebrity faces or faces of people that are well known is because of AI. You know, I don't want to potentially get a lawsuit from a studio or something like that, which is highly unlikely, but still, it's just a general principle I decided to go with. Just using unknown or original faces for characters instead of celebrities. So there's just Google searching the best possible faces that you can use for textures, or you can kinda sorta go with AI and chat GPT to create faces. The thing is that it will not generate images of faces that resemble real people. You'll actually have to describe the facial features of the face that you want. And if you don't have that already in your head, that's really, really tricky to do. Because the flaw with that is you'll actually have ChatGPT or whatever image generator that you're using. They might just wind up making faces that look exactly like each other. This has happened. I've tried it. There goes the skin color. Oh, you mean matching the face texture to the call model? I always use the default call model, but there's also the other different face templates. It's just going in using the face deformation feature and trying to get the texture onto the call model itself as best as possible. And then when you do that, you can go back into the facial deformation and then retweak it, like to make the nose smaller, change the eye position, the lips, that type of thing. Now, in my case, I had made a template in Photoshop years ago that was designed to map my face textures, whichever ones I made, male or female, directly onto the default call model's face template, to where 99% of the time I don't have to do any reshaping or remorphing. It goes onto the texture perfectly, and then the only thing I have to do is change the deformations if there's anything that I did need to change. Indeed. You're welcome. Not a problem. Yeah, you're gonna have to bite that proverbial bullet there, Charlie, about embossing, because you're not actually putting it on any plates. If you're using the method that I had showed earlier, that's what most people are doing right now with created belts, specifically ones for either original promotions or, non WWE related uh, companies. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. They're gonna look flat. That's just one of those things that you're gonna have to get used to, if that is, how you want to make the belts look more custom. You are more than capable, however, of using the in-game plate type stuff as your base and just work around that. Like, that's still plenty doable. Yeah, I would rock one too, for sure. Like, definitely some dope looking stuff. It's another one of those things that American wrestling has taken from Japanese, though, because again, in Japan, you would have wrestlers coming out in like training jackets and stuff like that as their entrance gear. Kenta Kobashi did that all the time. Same thing with Misawa. You see CM Punk coming out with jackets nowadays too. The one he had on last week with the pipe bomb, I would rock that one too. That's some slick looking stuff. But yeah, Oh, you're not gonna do the thing, are you? Maybe I have to change the material. There we go. Yeah, Roger Stone's another one. Noam Dar, also. Who else? Quite a few others. Attire number 1, simple and plain. Said I was going to give him a singlet for his secondary attire, so let's do that. We can change that up. Let's just get the base down here first. I think I'll use this one. When I had first made him, his secondary attire was a singlet. It's just like the last maybe 4 or so years that he just used regular old trunks. But we're gonna go back to the old school, sort of, because it's not really old school. It's just using the same assets that I had before. But we're just going to make them in a singlet as opposed to the tights. And I can use the half and half as a template to measure out where the design is going to hit. I need to use that split one. Hold on. I did want the lion heads to come over to the front side, but that's okay. Ooh, boy, excuse me. Singlet designs. I am aware of some templates that are online. The server that I go to, that James Frost server, they have a channel specifically for templates, and somebody had uploaded a bunch of the templates that Black Sheep Cause had posted on his Twitter like a couple of years ago, just to have them all in one place, because trying to find all that stuff on a Twitter page is next to impossible. So I'll probably download those and maybe put them in like a Google Docs file for people to access. But then it's pretty much like using a template in Photoshop. The template itself will match onto the specific singlet model that it was created from. Then it's just a matter of how it is that you fill that in with your own designs for like the straps, or shapes, the symmetrical or asymmetrical, if you wanted like a mural on them or something like that. But you could do that just with, you know, the game itself putting your graphics directly onto the singlet. But if you wanted to do something with a little bit more design to it that builds off of the framework of the singlet for straps and logos or trims or anything like that, then this template would be pretty useful. And apparently he's made them for many different articles in the game, like brassieres for female characters and all that. Okay. Just to be clear, we're not talking about the number grid. That's different. You can still use that, but these are actually templates that are designed specifically to map on top of specific items in the core mode. They are a bit confusing. They're useful, but very hard to get. Trying to figure out a theme song for him now. I don't think I have the old one anymore. let's take the good thing. Yeah. There it is, Castle Gates. Oh, no, yeah. Magnus never had tattoos. Always clean. That's part of his thing. He's very traditional, so stuff like that doesn't appeal to him, which is why narratively that makes it so interesting how it was that Jesse Risen was the first person that he had approached to train, because Risen is very much the opposite of the type of competitor that Magnus is. But that's what makes Risen special. Striker, no, no faction. He has affiliations, however, but no faction. Like he was trained partially by Yoshitogo, and he's currently associated with Carson Breaker from the Underground King story. So that's his thing at the present moment. Ooh, boy, excuse me. Excuse me. Uh, is MVS's moveset modeled after someone? Kinda, sorta. Like I have incorporated a bit of Gunther's moveset into him, but it was just a lot of traditional, like European catch wrestling style stuff, which is Gunther's thing. Uh, but mostly it was just centered around moveset that used a lot of suplexes. And then I incorporated the headbutt as his like signature strike because he's got a big old bald head. And, yeah. Now, we replaced the chop with headbutts, basically, and that's madness. Okay. Hey, you did it again. Do I have a samurai style character? Not really. Um, Maybe I could incorporate that into somebody, but not particularly. Yeah. Possibly a future View Japan character, if anything.
Making his way to the ring from Las Vegas, Nevada, weighing in at 265 pounds.
Greetings, 305.
From Frankfurt, Germany, weighing in at 275 pounds.
Looking good. All right. Counter the headbutt. Look at that. Shrink his height down so he doesn't do that over the rope shit. Counter. Oh. Took him out. That's one way to reset the count. And he walks right into that one. Okay, man. Ooh. That backfired. What are we doing? Make up your mind. Oh, damn. Caught him from running. Okay, never mind. Wait, did he counter that? Hold up. What the fuck? Or did he just no-sell it? Yes, he did. Oh, wow. He ate the Shining Wizard, but just bounced right back and was like, I eat those. You gotta do better than that, sir. Damn. That Magnus, he's got some chin. And then they go into the shot battle. What a sequence. They ripped that last one. I was about to say, not with a body slam, please. We need a better finish in this match. We need a big finish. Counter. And with another purple plunge out of nowhere. Alright, getting back in the ring. There we go. Oh, nope. Another counter. And broken will. Nope, counted that one. What the hell? These two aren't going down easy. Did he get him with the headbutt? Nope. Okay. We are now at 5 stars. Gentlemen putting on a show. Spine buster. And next comes the purple elbow. Will that do it? Yes, it will. Fantastic match right there. That was 5 stars. That was a good-ass match. I'm definitely satisfied with Magnus's output. He brings the offense. That one could have literally gone either way. That's the type of matches that I like to run personally. Sometimes the AI doesn't cooperate, but this time it did. Yeah, we like that.
Here is your winner.
I think this might be a good spot to end tonight's stream because it's 12:22 a.m. here. Over on the west side. I will probably be back on tomorrow. Finish up Dan Ripley's second attire, and then keep the factions going. I might just start on working with recreating Katana after that. Like I said, just for the sake of getting all of the factions out of the way. So yeah, see what time I get on tomorrow. Hopefully you guys are awake. Try to be on early this Saturday after all. So excuse me. I guess I will see you guys then. Enjoy the rest of your evenings, or if you're on the East Coast, mornings. And yeah, we're out of here.